RA. Transition level 120. Advise on initial contact you have information uniform.
Set parking brakes to request ground services. Boarding requested.
China Eastern 281 radio check.
China Eastern 281. Pudong clearance. Unable to provide radio check on this frequency. Contact approach or center for navigation assistance.
China Eastern 281 information uniform request IFR clearance to Ho Chi Minh.
I'll have your clearance in just a second. China Eastern 281. Clear to Tan Son Nhat via the next 11 Delta departure. Radar vectors D2908. Right then as filed. Runway 17 left. Initial climb to 4000. Departure on 119. Decimal 075. Squawk 2364.
Clear to Tan Son Nhat via the next 11 Delta departure. Radar vectors to Delta 298 mile DNS5 runway 17 left. Initial climb to 4000. Departure 119.075 squawk 2364 Bamboo. China Eastern 281.
China, Eastern 281. Read back, correct. Contact ground on 121.625 when ready.
121.625 China Eastern 281. Good day, bye bye.
ngoài kia thế giới đang chào đón những chặng đường sẽ qua bầu trời xanh vắt cùng bên nhau đến những nơi tuyệt vời về miền Nam trong ta những khoảnh khắc ta lại cùng nắm tay những hành trình đắm say trọn vẹn giây phút giấc mơ tuyệt vời về miền Nam Láng núi đồi biển khơi xanh cánh bay xa gần xa chẳng ai cuối trời trong một khoảng thời giấc mơ biển đảo tung bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến bay cả thế giới như gần hơn của mỗi chuyến
Air 1655 request push and start.
Junior Air 1655, pushback approved.
Pushback and start approved. Junior Air 1655.
Air China 8.
China Eastern 281 ready for push and start.
Cross runway 16 right, Air China 8315.
China Eastern 281, Pudong ground, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start through face south, China Eastern 281.
Shenzhen Air 520, request push and start.
Shenzhen Air 520, pushback approved.
Hello, Captain.
Pushback and start approved, Shenzhen Air 520.
Junyao Air 22901, request push and start.
Junyao Air 22901, pushback approved.
Pushback and start approved, Junyao Air 22901.
Departure checks completed. Bypass pin inserted.
Air China 8315, contact tower on 118.4.
Switching to tower, Air China 8315.
China Southern 6266, contact tower on 124.35.
Over to tower, China Southern 6266.
Locking gear. Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at will.
Khách vui lòng dành thời gian để theo dõi các thủ tục các thiết bị an toàn trên máy bay.
Ladies and gentlemen, and dear children, your safety and comfort is our top priority both before departure. We would like to have your attention while we are demonstrating safety features.
Dây an toàn. Quý khách vui lòng cài sẵn dây an toàn khi đèn hiệu cài dây an toàn được bật sáng và trong suốt thời gian bay. Dây an toàn của quý khách được cài như sau: cài hai đầu khóa vào nhau, siết chặt bằng cách kéo một đầu dây, mở bằng cách nhấc đầu khóa. Nếu quý khách đi cùng trẻ nhỏ hoặc cần dây an toàn nối dài, vui lòng yên tâm
China Eastern 5817, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 4, hold short of runway 16 right.
Junyao Air 1100, taxi to parking.
Junyao Air 1100, taxi to parking via Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima.
Alpha 3, Bravo 3, Bravo, Tango 3, Whiskey 4, Lima, Junyao Air 1100.
Please set parking brakes.
Junyao Air 1035, request push and start.
Junyao Air 1035, push and start at your discretion.
For a good engine start.
Roger, pushback approved. Junyao Air 1035. We have a good engine start. You can disconnect. Air China 8323, request push and start.
Air China 8323, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. Air China 8323.
China Southern 5966, request push and start.
China 75966, push and start at your discretion.
Roger, pushback approved. China Southern 5966.
China Eastern 5051, contact tower on 124.35.
Bypass pin removed.
Over to tower, China Eastern 5051.
Left is clear. Right is clear.
Ground Air Air China 9030, taxi to parking.
Air China 9030, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left.
Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left, Air China 9030.
Juliao Air 2291, contact tower on 118.4.
Tower on 118.4, Juliao Air 2291.
Juliao Air 1353, contact tower on 118.4.
Tower on 118.4, Juliao Air 1353. China Southern 5966, ready to taxi.
China Southern 5966, runway 17 left, taxi via L15C, Lima 15, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 left.
Runway 17 left, taxi via L15C, Lima 15, Papa 1, hold short of runway 35 left, China Southern 5966.
China Eastern 581, 7 cross, runway 16 right.
In case of an emergency, please smoke or the darkness floor person takes
Air China 8323, ready to taxi.
Air China 8323, runway 16 right, taxi via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Runway 16 right, taxi via Lima 25, Whiskey 5, Tango 3, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Air China 8323.
gặp bàn ăn tiền thưởng, hạ tay ghế và mở tấm xe cửa sổ. Xin cảm ơn sự chú ý của quý khách và kính chúc quý khách một chuyến bay tốt đẹp.
If you want to contact your safety briefing card, place it typically in front of you prior to takeoff. To help the cabin crew with final preparations for takeoff, please ensure your seatbelt is securely fastened.
Air China 9.
China Eastern 281, ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
Crossing 34 left, Air China 9030.
China Southern 596, 6, cross runway 35 left.
Cross runway 35 left, China Southern 5966. Ground Cathay 380, taxi to parking.
Cafe 380, taxi to parking via Golf 3, Golf, Romeo 3, hold short of runway 34 left.
China Eastern 281, ready to taxi to runway 17 left.
China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 8.
Taxi via Lima 04, Bravo 5, Bravo, Bravo 8, China Eastern 281.
Juliao Air 2175, ready for pushback.
Juliao Air 2175, pushback approved.
Cleared push to start, Juliao Air 2175.
China Southern 596, 6, cross runway 35 right.
Crossing 35 right, China Southern 5966.
Shenzhen Air 9052, 0 contact tower on 118, December 4.
Tower on 118.4, Shenzhen Air 90520.
Junyao Air 1035, contact tower on 118.4.
Tower on 118.4, Junyao Air 1035.
Ground Air France 116, taxi to the gate.
Air France 116, taxi to parking via Foxtrot 2, Echo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima 02.
Foxtrot 2, Echo 3, Lima 24, Lima 22, Lima 02, Air France 116. China Eastern 9011, ready for pushback.
China Eastern 9011, pushback approved.
Cleared push start. China Eastern 9011. Junyao Air 175, ready to taxi.
Junyao Air 2175, runway 16 right, taxi via Lima 08, Echo 5, Foxtrot, Romeo 6.
Runway 16 right, taxi via Lima 08, Echo 5, Foxtrot, Romeo 6, Junyao Air 2175.
Junyao Air 1655, contact tower on 118.4.
Tower on 118.4, Junyao Air 1655. Ground, cargo 228, taxi to the gate.
Cargo King 228, taxi to parking via Alpha 3, Alpha, Papa 6, hold short of runway 17 right.
Alpha 3, Alpha Papa 6, short of runway 17 right, cargo King
5195, request push and start clearance.
China Eastern 281, contact tower on 118.4. So long.
118.4, China Eastern 281, good day, bye-bye.
China Eastern 51905, push and start at your discretion.
Pushback approved, Chinese.
China Eastern 281, we are holding short runway 17 left, ready for departure.
Shenzhen Air 90520, contact departure. China Eastern 281, Pudong Tower, runway 17 left. Hold short, you're number 1 behind the 320.
Hold short number 1 behind the 320, China Eastern 281.
Switching to departure, Shenzhen Air 90520. Tower, China Southern 5288, short of 17 left, ready.
China Southern 5288, runway 17 left, winds 270 at 10, cleared for takeoff.
Clear takeoff 17 left, China Southern 5288.
Cathay 380, hold short of runway 34 left.
Holding short of runway 34 left, Cathay 380.
Shenzhen Airliner 525, winds 270 at 10, cleared to land, runway 16 left.
Cleared to land, 16 left, Shenzhen Airliner 525.
Air China 4509er, contact ground on 121.875.
Switching to ground, Air China 4509er.
Runway 17 left.
Singapore 832, winds 270 at 10, runway 16 right, cleared to land. 16 right, cleared to land, Singapore 832. China Eastern 281, runway 17 left, winds 250 at 8, cleared for takeoff.
Winds 250 at 8, clear for takeoff, runway 17 left, China Eastern 281.
Junio Air 1035, contact departure.
Departure, Junio Air 1035, see ya.
China Southern 5288, contact departure. Good day.
Switching to departure, China Southern 5288.
Junio Air 1655, contact departure.
Switching to departure, Junio Air 1655.
Coming Air 8221, winds 270 at 10, runway 16 left, cleared to land. Welcome to Pudong.
Cleared to land, moving Air
On runway 17 left remaining. 3,000 feet.
Stabilize. Check up. So guys, has speed check. Check.
V1, rotate.
Rotate.
V2.
Check.
Positive rate.
Positive climb, yep.
China Southern 5966 at 17 left, ready when able. China Southern 5966, runway 17 left, winds 270 at 10, cleared for takeoff. 17 left, cleared for takeoff. China Southern 5966, thanks. China Eastern 281, contact departure.
Contact departure, China Eastern 281. Good day, bye-bye. Good afternoon, departure, China Eastern 281 with you passing 2300, coming to 4000.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai departure, radar contact, climb flight level 340, turn right heading 255, vectors to D298 Mike, then on course.
Climbing to flight level 340, turn right heading 255, vector to Delta 298 Mike, and on course, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, direct D2908 Mike, Dennis Farm, please.
Direct Delta 2908 Mike, Dennis 5, China Eastern 281.
Departure China Southern 5966 2000 for 4000.
China Southern 5966, radar contact, climb and maintain 11 on 1000.
Out of 2000 for 11 1000, China Southern 5966.
China Southern 5966, contact, Shanghai Control on 126.175.
Over to Shanghai Control on 126.175, China Southern 5966. Departure, Air China 832, 32,000 for 4,000.
Air China 8323, radar contact, climb and maintain 11 1000.
Out of 2000 for 11 1000, Air China 8323.
Air China 8323, contact, Shanghai Control on 126.175.
Over to Shanghai Control on 126.175, Air China 8323.
Departure, China, Eastern 901, 2000 for 4000.
China Eastern 9011, radar contact, climb and maintain 11 1000.
Out of 2000 for 11 1000, China Eastern 9011.
China Eastern Nitra 011 contact, Shanghai Control on 126.175.
Please refrain from smoking during the flight, including
175, China Eastern
Laptop and
9011.
other portable electronic devices may be used in flight mode and silent mode from now until we begin descent or landing. In a few minutes, refreshment will be served. Should you require any additional information or assistance, please use the flight attendant contact.
Departure, China Eastern 5965 2000 for 4000.
China Eastern 5195, radar contact, climb and maintain 12 2000.
12 2000, China Eastern 5195.
China Eastern 5195, contact, Shanghai Control on 126.175.
126.175, China Eastern 5195, see ya.
Departure Juniao Air 2175 2000 for 4000.
Juneyao Air 2175, radar contact, climb and maintain 11 on 1000.
Out of 2000 for 11 1000, Junyao Air 2175.
China Eastern 281. Contact Shanghai Control on 120.55.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening. Climbing through flight level 170 for flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control, identified. Good evening.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 9011, flight level 230.
China Eastern 9011, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air China 8323, flight level 290.
Air China 8323, radar contact. Junyao, Air 2291, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, Junyao Air 2291.
China Eastern 281, speed 250 for spacing.
Speed 250 for spacing. China Eastern 281.
Down to flight level 250. Cleared for the ES bag 11 Alpha arrival into Wuxi Shenzhen Airliner 829er.
.5, China Eastern 6457, see ya. .725, China Southern 8885, thanks. .54.55, Junyao Air 1353, thanks for the help.
Shenzhen Air 9520, contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, Shenzhen Air 9520.
Junyao Air 2175, radar contact. Spring 88, 92, radar contact. China Southern 59066, contact Fukuoka Control on 123.9er.
123.9er, China Southern 59066, see ya. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5195, flight level 300.
China Eastern 5195, radar contact. Air China 4237, radar contact.
Switching to Daegu info on 135.725, spring 889er2.
5195, good day.
China Eastern 5810, radar contact. Juneyao Air 1655 contact. Kobe control on 119.3.
119.3, Juneyao Air 1655.
Shanghai control, China Eastern 90199er, flight level 350.
China Eastern 90199er, radar contact. China Eastern 281, speed restrictions cancelled. Resume normal speed.
Speed restrictions canceled. Resuming normal speed. China Eastern 281.
Leaving for flight level 240. Cleared for the Saput 3 Whiskey Alpha arrival into Kaohsiung, China, Southern 59er66. .55, China Eastern 901 walk.
Shanghai control, Xiamen Air 8145, flight level 270.
Xiamen Air 8145, radar contact. Juneyao Air 1851, radar contact.
.9er, Juneyao Air 1851.
Yangtze River 7545, radar contact. China Southern 59er 66, radar contact. Juneyao Air 1655, radar contact.
Descending to flight level 240. Cleared for the Saput 3 Whiskey Alpha arrival into Kaohsiung, Juneyao Air 2175. .35, Yangtze River 7545, thanks for the help.
China Southern 5966, contact. Guangzhou control on 125.75.
Onto 125.75, China Southern 59er66, good day.
Switching to Daegu Center on 125.375, Air China 4237.
Air China 1535, radar contact. China Eastern 5416, radar contact.
China Eastern 5195. Good day.
Air China 8315, radar contact. Juneyao Air 1851, radar contact. China Eastern 5346, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6403, flight level 210.
China Eastern 6403, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 90011, flight level 350.
Junyao Air 2175, radar contact.
Decimal minus 75, Junyao Air 1851, good day.
One 35.725 for Air China 4237.
China Southern 5966, radar contact.
Over to Kobe Control on 119.3, Air China 1535.
Decimal 0 for China Eastern 5195.
Shenzhen Air 989er 3, radar contact.
Decimal 35, China Eastern 5416, see ya.
Shenzhen Air, meter 520, radar contact. China Southern 5288, radar contact. Shandong 7630, radar contact.
On to 118.5, Junyao Air 1851, good day.
Yangtze River 7545, radar contact.
China Eastern 5416, flight level 300.
China Eastern 5416, radar contact.
One 35.725, Air China 4237. One 35.9er for China Eastern 6403, good day.
China Eastern 2162, radar contact.
Diamond Control, China Eastern 9011, flight level 340.
China Eastern 9011, radar contact.
Decimal 9er, see ya, China Eastern 5416.
Descending to flight level 130. Cleared for the REM 2 Luma arrival into Wenzhou Shanghai 9er 527.
Shanghai Niner 217, contact Beijing Control on 125.9er.
125.9er, Shanghai 9er 217.
Leaving for flight level 230. Cleared for the Super 21 Alpha arrival into Hangzhou, Shanghai 9er 454.
Junyao Air 2175, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
125.9 124.15 for Juniao Air 2175. Good day.
Yangtze River 754. 5 contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control, Yangtze River 7545, so long.
One, 2, 3.375, Shanghai 90454, see ya.
Shanghai Nina 527. Contact Fukuoka Control on 123.9.
123.9, see ya, Shanghai 90527.
Juniao Air 1111. Radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5416, flight level 200.
China Eastern 5416. Radar contact. Juniao Air 1111. Descend and maintain flight level 120. Cleared for the even 6 whiskey arrival into Xiamen.
Out of current altitude for flight level 120. Cleared for the even 6 whiskey arrival into Xiamen, Juniao Air 1111.
Shanghai Control, Juniao Air 1234, flight level 230.
125.75, Juniao Air 1111, see ya.
135.725, Juniao Air 1234, see ya.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai Niner 217, flight level 370.
Shanghai Nina 217. Radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shanghai Niner 527, flight level 180.
Shanghai Nina 527. Radar contact. China Eastern 5416. Contact Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, see ya. China Eastern 5416. Over to Nanning Control, Juniao Air 1111, so long.
China Eastern 6403. Radar contact.
Out of current altitude for flight level 260. Cleared for the Bravo Kilo 82 Alpha arrival into Pudong Eva 706.
Decimal 9 for China Southern 5288.
Hong Kong Shuttle 626. Radar contact.
Decimal 375, see ya, Lion Hang 5955.
China Eastern 2008. Radar contact.
Over to Wuhan Control on 132.625, Shanghai Niner 454.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 542, flight level 320. 135.725 for Lion Hang 5955. Shanghai Control, Hainan 7656, flight level 250.
Hainan 7656, radar contact. Hainan 7656, radar contact. Shanghai Nina 454, radar contact. China Eastern 90661, contact. Nanchang Control on 127.525.
127.525, China Eastern 90661.
Xiamen Air 8559er, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai Control on 134.55. China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control identified. Good evening. Lianhang 5955, contact Daegu. Info on 135.725.
135.725 for Lianhang 5955.
Shenzhen Air 9520, descend and maintain flight level 230, cleared for the OBGOT 5 arrival into Baoan.
Down to flight level 230, cleared for the OBGOT 5 arrival into Baoan, Shenzhen Air 9520. Shanghai Control, Yangtze River 7535, flight level 130.
Yangtze River 7535, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6345, flight level 200.
China Eastern 6345, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, flight level 330.
Shenzhen Air 9520, radar contact. Yangtze River 753, 5 contact. Kobe Control on 119.3.
119.3, Yangtze River 7535, thanks for the help.
China Eastern 5416, contact. Daegu, info on 135.725.
135.725 for China Eastern 5416.
EVA 706, contact. Fukuoka Control on 123.9.
Over to Fukuoka Control, EVA 706, so long.
China Eastern 542, contact. Daegu Center on 125.375.
125.375, see ya. China Eastern 542.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3304, flight level 360.
China Southern 3304, radar contact. Yangtze River 753, 5 contact. Kobe Control on 119.3.
Over to Kobe Control on 119.3, Yangtze River 7535.
China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 133.825.
Switching to Nanchang Control on 133.825, China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 340.
China E 281. Nanchang Control. Identified. Ni hao.
Shanghai Control, China 7339er, flight level 320.
China Southern 339er. Radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Eastern 9er, flight level 350.
China Eastern 9er, 190, 9er, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, cargo looks 237, flight level 340.
Cargo looks 237, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, descend and maintain flight, level 210. Cleared for the orbital T5, arrival into Baoan.
Out of current altitude for flight level 210. Cleared for the Obgot 5 arrival into Baoan Shenzhen Air 632.
Shenzhen Air 632, contact Nanchang. Control on 125.375.
125.375 for Shenzhen Air 632. Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 632, flight level 310.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact. EVA 706, contact. Daegu, info on 135.725.
135.725, EVA 706, thanks.
Shenzhen Airliner 520, contact Guangzhou. Control on 125.75.
125.75, Shenzhen Airliner 520, see ya.
China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai. Control on 118.975.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5810, flight level 370.
China Eastern 5810, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 520, contact Guangzhou, control, on 125.75.
Switching to Guangzhou control on 125.75, Shenzhen Air 520. Shanghai control, Shanghai 831, flight level 290.
Shanghai 831, radar contact.
Shanghai control, China Southern 36907, flight level 360.
China Southern 36907, radar contact.
Shanghai control, Hainan 73901, flight level 360.
Hainan 73901, radar contact. China Eastern 587-1, descend and maintain, flight level 260, cleared for the Shiz-11, Alpha arrival into Ningbo.
Descending to flight level 260, cleared for the Shiz-11 Alpha arrival into Ningbo, China Eastern 5871.
Spring 7432, contact Guangzhou control on 125.75.
125.75, spring 7432, see ya.
Nanchang control, Xiamen Air 8819er, flight level 250.
Xiamen Air 88190, radar contact.
Nanchang control, China Southern 3587, flight level 340.
China Southern 3587, radar contact.
Nanchang control, China Southern 6310, flight level 380.
China Southern 6310, radar contact.
Nanchang control, Shenzhen Air 623, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 623, radar contact.
Cathay control, Air China 106, flight level 340.
Air China 106, radar contact.
Nanchang control, Korean Air 314, flight level 340.
Korean Air 9314, radar contact.
Cathay control, China Southern 3744, flight level 320.
China Southern 3744, radar contact. China Southern 6940, contact. Nanchang control on 125.99.
Launch of 125.9er, China Southern 6940, good day. Nanchang control, China Southern 6940, flight level 220.
China Southern 6940, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 3587, flight level 340.
China Southern 3587, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shemin Air 8332, flight level 340.
Shemin Air 8332, radar contact. Vietnam 5252, contact code. Control on 119.3.
119.3, Lion Hang 5252, thanks for the help.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 6345, flight level 250.
China Eastern 6345, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Cathay 420, flight level 340.
Cathay 430, radar contact. Thailand 73901, descend and maintain, flight level 250, cleared for the Yugago 81, arrival into Hangzhou.
Leaving for flight level 250, cleared for the Yugago 81, arrival into Hangzhou, Hainan 73901.
Nanchang Control, Spring 8867, flight level 310.
Spring 8867, radar contact. Hainan 73901, contact. Nanchang Control, on 125.375.
On to 125.375, Canon 73901, good day.
Shenzhen Air 632, contact Hangzhou, control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, Shenzhen Air 632. Shanghai Control, Spring 7432, flight level 230.
Spring 7432, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Hainan 73901, flight level 360.
Hainan 73901, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 632, flight level 300.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 8967, flight level 360.
Shenzhen Air 8967, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 8617, flight level 340.
China Southern 8617, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Lungair 8054, flight level 360.
Lungair 8054, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou, control on 125.75.
125.75, see ya, Shenzhen Air 632. Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 8945, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8945, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 9952, 0, contact Guangzhou control on 118.95.
118.95, Shenzhen Air 9520, thanks. Shanghai Control, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, 2000.
Shenzhen Air 9520, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, China Southern 3581, flight level 360.
China Southern 3581, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 9520, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Onto 124.15, Shenzhen Air 9520, good day. Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 9520, flight level 330.
Shenzhen Air 520, radar contact.
Tank control, Korean Air 2006, flight level 340.
Korean Air 2006, radar contact. Island 73901, contact Guangzhou, control on 125.75.
125.75 for Hainan 73901, good day.
Nanchang Control, Junyao Air 1886, flight level 340.
Junyao Air 1886, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Shanghai, control on 132.45.
Contacting Shanghai Control on 132.45, China Eastern 281. Shanghai Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Shanghai Control, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 9019er, contact Guangzhou, control on 133.975.
133.975, see ya, China Eastern 90199er.
Nanchang Control, Junyao Air 22901, flight level 350.
Junyao Air 22901, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control identified. Good evening.
Traffic.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 90981, flight level 360.
Shenzhen Air Nina 81, radar contact. China Eastern 2888, contact Shanghai Control on 132.45.
132.45, China Eastern 2888, see ya. Nanchang Control, China Southern 3801, flight level 360.
China Southern 3801, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 2888, flight level 320.
China Eastern 2888, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 370.
China Southern 5288, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Korean Air 458, flight level 340.
Korean Air 458, radar contact.
Nhat Control, Air China 418, flight level 350.
Air China 418, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 8945, flight level 320.
Shenzhen Air 8945, radar contact.
Shanghai Control, Air Macau 826, flight level 320.
Air Macau 826, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Hainan 7361, flight level 360.
Hainan 7361, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 632, 14000.
Shenzhen Air 632, radar contact.
Nanchang Control, Hainan 7255, flight level 320.
Hainan 7255, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905 for Shenzhen Air 632.
China Southern 6902, 1 contact. Shanghai Control on 132.45. China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Contacting Guangzhou Control on 133.475, China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340.
China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening. China Eastern 281, identified. Ni hao. Shenzhen Air 632, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.975.
133.975, Shenzhen Air 632, thanks for the help.
Shanghai Control, China Eastern 5350, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5350, radar contact. China Southern 364, 7 contact. Shanghai Control on 125.975. China Eastern 281, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
Contacting Nanchang Control on 124.15, China Eastern 281. Nanchang Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Nanchang Control identified. Ni hao. China Eastern 281. Contact Guangzhou Control on 133.475.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133.475, China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, identified 1 Shanghai. China Eastern 90199. Contact Guangzhou Control on 118.95.
118.95 for China Eastern 90199.
China Eastern 90199. Contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
125.375 China Eastern 90199.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 5096, flight level 340.
China Eastern 5096, radar contact.
Air China 418, flight level 350.
Air China 418, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Lumiere 8860, flight level 360.
Lumiere 8860, radar contact.
Traffic.
China Eastern 901 9er contact, Nanning control, on 119.325.
119.325 for China Eastern 901 good day.
Guangzhou Control, Juniao Air 22901, flight level 350.
Juniao Air 22901, radar contact. China Eastern 901 9er contact. Guangzhou, control on 120.905.
Over to Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 901 9er, so long.
Juniao Air 1353, flight level 310.
Juniao Air 1353, radar contact. China Southern 5288, descend and maintain flight level 250.
Out of current altitude for flight level 250, China Southern 5288. Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 370.
China Southern 5288, radar contact. China Southern 5288, contact Xiamen Control on 133.175.
Over to Simon Control, China Southern 5288, so long. Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 106, flight level 290.
Air Macau 106, radar contact.
Landing Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 340.
China Southern 5288, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 90923, flight level 190.
Shenzhen Air 90923, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3105, flight level 270.
China Southern 3105, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3817, flight level 220.
China Southern 3817, radar contact.
China Southern 3817, flight level 300.
China Southern 3817, radar contact. China Southern 5288, contact Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15, China Southern 5288, thanks.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 9er 23, flight level 230.
Shenzhen Air, Niner 923, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou Control on 132.3.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 132.3, China Eastern 281. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3381, flight level 220.
China Southern 3381, radar contact. China Southern 3381, descend and maintain flight level 160.
In the descent for flight level 160, China Southern 3381.
Guangzhou Control, Spring 8679er, flight level 240.
Spring 8679er, radar contact. Air China 2804, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 260.
China Southern 5288, radar contact.
Manning Control, Shenzhen Air 9er 23, flight level 290.
Shenzhen Air Niner 923, radar contact. China Southern 374, contact Nanchang Control on 125.375.
Switching to Nanchang Control on 125.375, China Southern 374. Manning Control, Spring 8679er, flight level 310.
Spring 8679er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 6884, flight level 220.
China Southern 6884, radar contact.
Southern 6884, flight level 290.
China Southern 6884, radar contact.
China Southern 6884, flight level 370.
China Southern 6884, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Spring 8679er, flight level 340.
Spring 8679er, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 9er 810, flight level 320.
Air China 9er 810, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air China 2804, flight level 270.
Air China 2804, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Hainan 7814, flight level 220.
Hainan 7814, radar contact. China Southern 374 contact. Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325.
Switching to Nanning control on 119er, decimal 325, China Southern 374.
China Southern 374, contact Shanghai control on 118.9er 75.
Over to Shanghai control on 118.9er 75, China Southern 374. Guangzhou control, China Southern 374, flight level 380.
China Southern 374, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
118.925 Hong Kong Shuttle 6901. Good day.
Guangzhou control, China Southern 3489er, flight level 210.
China Southern 3489er, radar contact.
Guangzhou control, Bosnia 609er, flight level 240.
Alhenia 609er, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 899er 2. Descend and maintain 18,000 feet. Cleared for the GYA-3 arrival. Into Baiyun. Altimeter 1004.
In the descent for 18,000. Cleared for the GYA-3 arrival into Baiyun, Shenzhen Air 899er 2.
Shenzhen Air 899er to contact Guangzhou control on 124.45.
124.45 for Shenzhen Air 899er 2.
Starwalker 332, radar contact. Turkish 6201, radar contact. Air China 4304, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Thai Air Asia 231, flight level 330.
Thai Air Asia 231, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Singapore 7922, flight level 300.
Singapore 7922, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Hainan 7814, flight level 240.
Hainan 7814, radar contact. Turkish 6201, contact. Nanchang control on 124.15.
124.15, Turkish 6201, good day. Hong Kong radar, EVA 857, flight level 180.
EVA 857, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 3489er, flight level 230.
China Southern 3489er, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, contact Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
118.905, Hong Kong Shuttle 6901. Hong Kong radar, Dynasty 5838, flight level 180.
Dynasty 5838, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 3489er, flight level 250.
China Southern 3489er, radar contact. Turkish 6201, contact. Guangzhou Control on 118.905.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 118.905, Turkish 6201.
Hong Kong radar, China Southern 5032, flight level 260.
China Southern 5032, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 304, flight level 220.
Cathay 304, radar contact. China Southern 5032, contact Guangzhou Control on 125.75.
Over to Guangzhou Control on 125.75, China Southern 5032.
Malhinia 776, contact. Nanning Control on 119.325.
Switching to Nanning Control on 119.325, Malhinia 776. Hong Kong radar, Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, flight level 180.
Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Shenzhen Air 90813, flight level 310.
Shenzhen Air, Niner 813, radar contact. Malhinia 609er, radar contact. Cathay 304, radar contact.
One 9.325, Turkish 6201, thanks.
Sichuan 8708, radar contact. Air China 4304 radar contact.
Hong Kong radar 5639, flight level 330.
High 639er, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 691 contact. Nanchang, control on 125.375.
125.375, Hong Kong Shuttle 691.
Hong Kong radar, Singapore 79er 22, flight level 360.
Singapore 79022, radar contact.
Under 125.375, Boeing 609er, good day.
Hong Kong radar, Shenzhen Air 90605, flight level 170.
Shenzhen Air 90605, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Bohai 7560, flight level 170.
Bohai 7560, radar contact.
Hong Kong radar, Hong Kong shuttle 701, flight level 360.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Southern 5288, flight level 370.
China Southern 5288, radar contact. Cathay 9018, contact Hong Kong radar on 122.905.
122.905, Cathay 9018, thanks for the help.
Hong Kong radar, Cathay 9018, flight level 350.
Cathay 9018, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
Switching to Guangzhou Control on 133. Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Guangzhou Control, identified. Good evening.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 90605, flight level 230.
Shenzhen Air 90605, radar contact.
Manning Control, Capital Jet 599er, flight level 310.
Capital Jet 59990, radar contact.
On to 118.975, Hong Kong Shuttle 6901, good day.
Shenzhen Air 89090, 2 contact, Nanchang Control on 124.15.
124.15 for Shenzhen Air 899er 2. Good day. Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 899er 2, 9000.
Shenzhen Air 89090, 2, radar contact. Shenzhen Air 8999. 2 contact. Nanchang control on 125. Decimal 375.
Over to Nanchang Control, Shenzhen Air 8992, so long.
China Eastern 281. Contact landing control on 11.9.325.
Switching to landing control on 119.325, China Eastern 281. Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, landing control, good evening. China Eastern 6372, radar contact. Cathay 706, descend and maintain flight level 250, cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong.
Out of current altitude for flight level 250. Cleared for the Sierra 7 Delta arrival into Hong Kong, Cathay 706.
Cathay 706, contact Hong Kong radar on 122.9 or 5.
122.9 or 5, Cathay 706, good day.
China Eastern 6372, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, China Eastern 6372, good day.
China Eastern 90657, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, China Eastern 90657, thanks.
Shenzhen Air 8992, contact landing control on 119.325.
119.325, Shenzhen Air 8992. Landing control, Shenzhen Air 8992, 4000.
Shenzhen Air 8992, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, EVA 872, flight level 260.
EVA 872, radar contact.
Landing control, Shenzhen Air 9605, flight level 290.
China Eastern 6372, radar contact. Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact. China Eastern 6186, radar contact. China Southern 3608, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 120, flight level 190.
Air Macau 120, radar contact.
Decimal 175, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, thanks for the help.
China Eastern 9657, radar contact.
.175, China Eastern 9657, thanks.
Guangzhou Control, Dynasty 7904, flight level 360.
Dynasty 794, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 6186, flight level 250.
China Eastern 6186, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Cathay 734, flight level 160.
Cathay 734, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Hong Kong radar on 118.925.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar, identified, Zhao An. China Eastern 6186, contact, Kunming Control, on 134.35.
Over to Kunming Control on 134.35, China Eastern 6186.
Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, flight level 290.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, China Eastern 90657, flight level 200.
China Eastern 9657, radar contact. Cathay 734, contact, Hong Kong radar, on 125.175. China Eastern 281, contact landing control, on 124.575.
Contacting landing control on 124.575. China Eastern 281. Landing control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, landing control identified. Good evening. Cathay 734, contact Shanghai Control on 118.975.
118.975, Cathay 734, see ya.
Guangzhou Control, Shenzhen Air 90213, flight level 230.
Shenzhen Air Niner 213, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Hong Kong Shuttle 701, flight level 270.
Hong Kong Shuttle 701, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Hong Kong, radar.
Hong Kong radar, China Eastern 281. Good evening, with you flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Hong Kong radar, identified. Good evening.
Guangzhou Control, Air Macau 978, flight level 250.
Air Macau 978, radar contact.
Control, Thai VHS 3536, flight level 360.
Thai VHS 3536, radar contact. Hong Kong 7, 74, 7 contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Hong Kong Shuttle 747, thanks for the help. Guangzhou Control, Cathay 706, flight level 360.
Cathay 706, radar contact.
Manning Control, Air Macau 978, flight level 250.
Air Macau 978, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact landing control on 133.995.
Contacting Manning Control on 133.905. China Eastern 281. Manning Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Manning Control identified. Good evening. Air 22901, contact Manning Control on 124.575.
124.575 for Junyao Air 22901. Manning Control, Junyao Air 22901, flight level 270.
Junyao Air 22901, radar contact. Guangzhou Control, Cathay 706, flight level 320. Cathay 706, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control 2505, flight level 250.
2505, radar contact.
Nhat in Control 2505, flight level 400.
2505, radar contact. Juniao Air 22901, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.275.
133.275, Juniao Air 22901, thanks. Guangzhou Control, Juniao Air 22901, flight level 260.
Juniao Air 22901, radar contact. Juniao Air 22901, contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
120.5, Juniao Air 22901, see ya.
Guangzhou Control 2505, flight level 400.
2505, radar contact.
Standing Control 1986, 6000.
1986, radar contact. One 986, contact Sonya Control on 120.5.
120.5 for 1986.
Nhat in Control 2505, flight level 400.
2505, radar contact.
Guangzhou Control, Juniao Air 22901, flight level 210.
Juniao Air 22901, radar contact. Juniao Air 22901, contact Sonya Control on 120.5.
120.5, Juliao Air 2291, good day.
Guangzhou Control, Hainan 7319er, flight level 250.
Hainan 7319er, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Sonia Control on 120.5.
Contacting Sonia Control on 120.5, China Eastern 281. Sonia Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Sanya Control, identified. Good evening. Junior Air 22901 contact. Manila Center on 132.5.
Over to Manila Center, Junior Air 22901, so long. On your control, Junior Air 22901, flight level 160.
Junior Air 22901, radar contact. Junior Air 22901, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
On to 125.175, Junior Air 22901, good day. On your control, Junior Air 22901, flight level 120.
Junior Air 22901, radar contact. Junior Air 22901, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, Junior Air 22901, thanks for the help.
On your control, Salmon Air 834, flight level 320.
Salmon Air 834, radar contact.
On your control, Highness 7653, 1000.
Highness 7653, radar contact. Highness 7653, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175, see you, Hainan 7653.
It's on your control, Junior Air 22901, flight level 100.
Junior Air 22901, radar contact. Junior Air 22901, contact Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175 for Junior Air 22901. On your control, Junior Air 22901, 5000.
Junior Air 22901, radar contact. Junior Air 22901, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05.
134.05 for Junior Air 22901.
China Control, Cathay 708, flight level 360.
Cathay 708, radar contact.
On your control, Hainan 7565, 1000.
Hainan 7565, radar contact.
On your control, Junyao Air 22901, 3000.
Junyao Air 22901, radar contact. Hainan 7565 contact. Hong Kong radar on 125.175.
125.175 for Hainan 7565.
Captain BM40, would you like a drink or a small snack at this time?
Control, Lucky Air 9er 9er 72 1000.
Lucky Air 972 radar contact. Lucky Air 972, contact Guangzhou Control on 133.075.
133.075, see ya, Lucky Air 972.
Sonia Control, China Southern 8012, flight level 340.
China Southern 8012, radar contact.
Sonia Control, 8499er 4000.
8499er, radar contact.
Sonia Control, Bayet Jet 3948, flight level 320.
VJet 3948, radar contact.
Sonia Control, Thai Air Asia 231, flight level 330.
Thai Air Asia 231, radar contact.
Sonia Control, 8626, 4000.
8626, radar contact.
Control, Pacific 6071, flight level 180.
Pacific 6071, radar contact. Pacific 6071 contact. Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
120.1 for Pacific 6071. Air China 890, flight level 360.
Air China 890, radar contact.
Sanya Control, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact. China Eastern 281. Contact Hanoi Center on 125.9.
Contacting Hanoi Center on 125.9. China Eastern 281. Hanoi Center, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 340. China Eastern 281. Hanoi Center identified. Good evening.
Hanoi Center, Sunlux 873, flight level 380.
Sunlux 873, radar contact.
Hanoi Center, Vietnam Airlines 219er, flight level 380.
Vietnam Airlines 219er, radar contact. 5602 contact Sanya Control on 120.5.
Over to Sanya Control on 120.5, type 602.
Hanoi Center, Thai Air Asia 5906, flight level 320.
Prior Asia 5906, radar contact.
Hanoi Center, German Cargo 621, flight level 330.
German Cargo 621, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05. Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 134.05, China Eastern 281. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening at flight level 340. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening, maintaining flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified. Good evening. Ho Chi Minh Control, China Eastern 281. Good evening with you, flight level 340.
China Eastern 281, radar contact, continue flight level 340.
Hanoi Center, Shanghai 831, flight level 330.
Shanghai 831, radar contact.
Jet 520, contact Bangkok control on 120.5. 120.5, via Jet 520,
Ho Chi Minh Control, Xiamen Air 8706, flight level 340.
Xiamen Air 8706, radar contact. Ho Chi Minh Control, via Jet 520, flight level 180.
Jet 520, radar contact. Jet 520, contact Bangkok control on 120.5. Over to Bangkok control, via Jet 520, so long. 230. VVTS 520, radar contact. VHS 520 contact, Hanoi Center on 123.3. 123.3, 2 left, VHS 520. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.7. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control identified. Good evening.
QNH 1008. Transition level 200. Advise on initial contact you have information Charlie. Tan Son Nhat International Airport, information Charlie. 1300 Zulu. Arriving runway 25 right. Departing runway 25 left. Wind 340 at 5. Visibility 10.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam Airlines 220, flight level 190. Vietnam Airlines 220, radar contact. Ho Chi Minh Control, Vietnam Airlines 220, flight level 200. Vietnam Airlines 220, radar contact.
281. Descend via Doven 6 Echo to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1008.
Descend via Doven 6 Echo to 5000 into Tanson Nhat, QNH 1008, China Eastern 281.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now making our descent for landing. Please return to your seat, ensure that your seat belt is fastened, your seat back is upright, your tray table is secured, and your window shade is opened. May we remind you that for safety reasons, your mobile phones, receiver or transmitter devices, and portable electronic equipment must be switched off or switched to flight mode until disembarkation. Portable electronic devices not in use must be stowed in the overhead lockers or in the seat pockets in front of you during landing and taxi. Passengers are also requested to refrain from using the lavatories from now on. Thank you.
China Eastern 281, cleared bomb SU transition. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach into Tan Son Nhat. Verify information, Charlie.
Cleared bomb Q transition. Expect the ILS Whiskey runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281.
Ho Chi Minh Control, November 905 Lima Echo 9000.
November 905 Lima Echo, radar contact. November 905 Lima Echo contact, Da Nang Tower on 118.35. China Eastern 281, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Contacting Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1. China Eastern 281.
China Eastern 281, Ho Chi Minh Control, identified Chin Chow.
Ho Chi Minh Control, FedEx 6067, flight level 160.
FedEx 6067, radar contact. Vietjet 160, contact Bangkok Control on 120.5. 120.5 for Vietjet 160. 229er, radar contact.
Ho Chi Minh Control, Red Cap 524, flight level 180.
Red Cap 524, radar contact. China Eastern 281, contact Tan Yet approach on 126.35.
Switching to Nhat approach on 126.35. China Eastern 281. Nhat approach, China Eastern 281. Good evening, 17,000 for 5,000.
China Eastern 281, Tan Yet approach identified. Good evening, Tan Yet, QNH 1008. China Eastern 281, identified. Xinjiang Net QNH 1008.
QNH 1008, China Eastern 281.
departure, Myanmar 453, 2000 for 4000.
Myanmar 453, radar contact. Climb and maintain 11-1000.
Climb 11-1000, Myanmar 453.
Myanmar 453, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, Myanmar 453.
China Eastern 281, 31 miles from Tango Sierra 424. Turn left heading 255. Descend altitude 2,000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS runway 25 right approach.
Left heading 255. Descend to 2,000 until established on the localizer. Cleared ILS runway 25 right approach. China Eastern 281. Jet 646, contact Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1.
Over to Ho Chi Minh Control on 120.1, Jet 646.
China Eastern 281, you need to be below 250 knots.
2500.
China Eastern 281, contact Nhat Tower on 118.7.
Switching to Nhat Tower on 118.7. China Eastern 2.
China Eastern 281, Tanzania Tower, roger, continue approach. China Eastern 281, after the departing AX EM524 A320, runway 25 right, winds 340 at 5, cleared to land.
Runway 25 right, cleared to land after the departing A320. China Eastern 281.
Redcap 524, contact ground on 121.6.
Ground Redcap 524.
Check.
Approaching runway 25, right.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low.
Redcap 524, hold short of runway 25 left.
Holding short of runway 25 left, Redcap 524.
Airspeed low. Airspeed low. 500. $400. 300.
Check.
200. 100.
Check.
50. 30. 20. 10.
Redcap 524, hold short of runway 25 left.
Holding short of runway 25 left, red
Speed
cat
recovery
They say
4.
a good landing is a landing you can walk away from.
Red cat 524, cross runway 25 left.
Cross runway 25 left, red cat 524.
Hello, brakes.
China Eastern 281, welcome to Tan Son Nhat. Contact ground on 121.6.
Thưa quý khách, máy bay của chúng ta vừa hạ cánh. Đề nghị quý khách lưu ý tại chỗ dây an toàn được cài chặt cho khi tới trường các tín hiệu đến cái dây an toàn.
Switching to ground on 121.6. China Eastern 281.
Và các thiết bị điện tử vào lúc này. Tổ trưởng, tiếp viên trưởng và phi hành đoàn chân thành cảm ơn quý khách đã bay cùng BM Airways, hãng hàng không của diếu khách. Trân trọng cảm ơn và hẹn gặp lại quý khách trên những chuyến bay tới. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Please remain seated in your seatbelt fasten until Captain switch off the fasten seatbelt sign and aircraft has come to a coupling stop. Do not use mobile phone and electronic devices at this moment. Captain, cabin manager, and our own crew members, I'd like to thank you for flying in Bamboo Airways. The airline supports vitality. We look forward to meeting you again soon. Thank you and goodbye.
Tan Son Nhat ground, China Eastern 281. Good evening, cleared of runway. Ready to taxi to the gate.
China Eastern 281, Tan Son Nhat ground. Taxi to domestic terminal gate 19er via Papa 6. Hold short of runway 07 right. Good day.
Approaching runway 7.
China Eastern
right.
281, hold short of runway 07 right, A320 on the runway.
Taxi to domestic terminal gate 19er via Papa 6. Hold short of runway 07 right. China Eastern 281.
Approaching runway 7. Right.
China Eastern 281, cross runway 07 right.
Crossing 07 right, China Eastern 281.
Bamboo 268, request push and start. Bamboo 268, pushback approved. Pushback approved. Bamboo 268. Bamboo 268, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Bamboo 268. Vietnam Airlines 148, request push and start. Vietnam Airlines 148, pushback approved. Pushback approved, Vietnam Airlines 148.
Cessna 506 ready to taxi.
Cessna 506, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1.
Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Cessna 506.
Bamboo 268, contact tower on 118.7. Tower on 118.7, Bamboo 268.
Ground Vietnam Airlines 606, taxi to the ramp.
Vietnam Airlines 606, taxi to parking via Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right.
Papa 5, hold short of runway 07 right, Vietnam Airlines 606.
Vietnam Airlines 148, ready to taxi. Vietnam Airlines 148, runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1. Runway 25 left taxi via Victor Sierra, Sierra 1, Vietnam Airlines 148.